This is Artemis Mission Control at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. You're looking at a visualization of Orion and its current configuration as it flies toward the moon. We are now just 48,722 miles away from the moon and 226,700 miles away from Earth. You can track Artemis and track Orion for yourself at any time by visiting nasa.gov/trackartemis. Tomorrow is a big day for the mission as we will have the Lunar flyby with about 6 hours for the crew to be taking photos, making observations and annotations of what they see as they pass the moon. The first humans to do so in over 50 years. Of course, we'll be live for it all, so we look forward to you joining us. One of those milestones that we'll see is them surpassing the greatest distance ever achieved by humans. That was set by the Apollo 13 crew. We expect that to occur in 17 hours and 38 minutes, so don't miss it. We are currently in a forward link LOS, or loss of signal, with the crew. These are tracked as we fly this mission. We are using the Deep Space Network at this time. They are far enough away from the Earth that we need to rely on this network rather than our usual tracking data relay satellite systems that you see us use with the International Space Station. But we are aware and track all of these moments when we are loss of signal with the crew. However, we still have data from them. So if they needed to, they could call down to us here in Mission Control. And we expect to get that forward link acquisition of signal back in about 37 minutes. The crew is currently in their midday meal. They previously executed the Orion Crew Survival System demonstration. This involved all crew members getting in those orange suits you saw them in during the launch. This is also what they'll wear during their return to Earth. Those suits could help them survive a depressurization event in the event that were to occur on the spacecraft. Of course, today was just a test, but that would give them a breathing environment for about 6 days. At 10:03 p.m. Central Time, we are expecting the outbound trajectory correction burn 3. We did cancel the first of these 2 trajectory correction burns. These are small maneuvers using the reaction control system thrusters on the spacecraft that help us fine-tune our trajectory around the moon and on our way back home to Earth. The team will execute the OTC-3 burn tonight. We expect that to be a 10.1 foot per second burn. This is Artemis Mission Control here at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. MET, 4 days, 1 hour and 52 minutes into the flight of Artemis II. Correction, we are 4 days, 2 hours, and 14 minutes into the flight of Artemis II. We are in a forward link LOS, meaning we are out of communication with the crew from the ground side. These are tracked, and the team monitors them and make sure to call up anything to the crew just before we go into them and let them know that we won't be able to communicate with them for this time period. We expect to regain communications with them in under 10 minutes.
Integrity Houston after the LOS. How do you hear? Integrity, we have you the same. Please execute procedure 2.1.0, cabin leak suspected. We need to get the cabin pressure control to maintenance. This will perform a cabin O2 introduction. Good words. No, it does not. Cabin pressure is stable, but we need you to perform this procedure to get cabin pressure control to maintenance. Copy. We're here for whatever you need.
We don't read it that way.
Let's perform step 3 of this procedure, cabin leak suspected. Step 3. Good words. Affirm. Copy. That's a good config. Thank you, Reed. All right, Integrity crew, I am now ready to pass you big picture words on what happened.
This is Artemis Mission Control at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. We have reestablished communications with the crew. We did go into an LOS on our forward link. That was a planned and tracked LOS. And then we also experienced an LOS on the return link, the link where the crew is able to communicate with us. We have since done a string swap, sent that up, and we have communication with the crew that we're working to get back into the broadcast. The crew also received a cabin leak.
Into the LOS is that when you went to RadHab in the suit drying procedure, we went to a suit state with a lower cabin fan speed. This caused a little shift in the outlet pressure of the cabin fan where that pressure sensor is, and it registered a pressure change. So we got that warning, cabin leak suspected, in alarm. This moded the cabin pressure mode to idle, which meant that we stopped O2 introduction into the cabin. We needed to mode back to maintenance to regain O2 introduction back into the cabin. Copy, and I see what you see about the procedure. We just wanted to make sure we called you into that. Step 3 was the important part there. Second of all, we had an unexpected return link LOS when we transitioned to DSN Madrid. We had good luck, but we weren't getting any data. When we got forward link, in our INCO sent a command for a string swap, which was successful. We are now on string 1 for S-band. Okay, and we are still looking at what happened with S-band string 2. We don't know yet, and that's all I have for you. Thanks, guys. Sounds great. Thank you, Reed.
Again, we are working on getting the crew audio back into the broadcast, but you heard Capcom Jenny Gibbons, CSA astronaut and Artemis II backup, communicating with the crew some of our recent changes on the spacecraft. As we went into the LOS with the crew, that loss of signal, which we were expecting, we also noticed a cabin fan change, which caused a cabin leak suspect warning. There was no cabin leak. We needed to mode back to a maintenance option and reintroduce oxygen into the cabin. You also heard Gibbons explain that when we transitioned on the Deep Space Network to the Madrid site, that we ended up losing the crew's communications as well, that we had a good lock on the spacecraft, but we just weren't receiving their data. Our INCO flight controller conducted a string swap to regain that data. We now have good data and communications back with the crew. You'll also be noticing more people filtering into the flight control room. The Orbit 1 team is handing over to the Orbit 2 team. On your screen, you can see Capcom Jenny Gibbons handing over the console to Mark Reagan. That's the voice you'll hear throughout the Orbit 2 shift with the crew. One of the major milestones coming up for tonight will be the OTC-3 burn. That's Outbound Trajectory Correction 3. We execute these small burns using the reaction control system thrusters on the spacecraft to help us refine our trajectory as we begin to fly around the moon tomorrow and come home, a splashdown in the Pacific on Flight Day 10. While we were in that LOS with the crew, they were in their midday meal, and some of the options they had today include chicken noodle soup, chicken with peanut sauce, spicy green beans, mashed potatoes, roasted turkey, rice, tomatoes and artichokes, spaghetti with meat sauce, vegetable casserole, sweet and savory kale, shrimp curry with rice, and a personal favorite, macaroni and cheese. I cannot omit that there was also a cosmic brownie as a dessert option.
Integrity Houston, no action on the enabled prop cautions on the board.
Integrity copies. Thanks.
Integrity Houston, for the enabled caution, these prop cautions are because we are manually pressurizing that branch for upcoming OTC3. We're taking a closer look at them. No action for you.
Integrity copies. Thanks.
This is Artemis Mission Control at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. We are now 4 days, 2 hours, and 51 minutes into the flight of Artemis II. Our crew today woke up at 11:05 a.m. Central Time. They stepped into their post-sleep period, and notably, Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen received his gold astronaut pin, meaning he is now a flown astronaut. The first half of the crew's day has been spent in the Ox Suit demo. That stands for Orion Crew Survival System Suit. During that time, the crew all got into their orange suits that you saw during launch day and that they will wear again on the return day. The crew can ingress these suits if there were to be a depressurization event in the spacecraft. Obviously, that is not what we were expecting or doing today. This was only a test for the crew to see how it would be to put on their spacesuits in that sort of environment. 2 of the crew were instructed to get into their suits rapidly. The other 2 crew members were instructed to get into their suits at a regular pace. After that, we had 2 of our crew members ingress or get into their seats as if they were preparing for return. We also pressurized the suits. Again, this is a flight test, and every day is an opportunity to test a different system aboard the spacecraft. Coming up this evening, we have the OTC-3 burn. That is the outbound trajectory 3 burn, and we'll continue to refine our path around the moon and back home. Orion is now 46,395 miles away from the Moon, 228,329 miles away from Earth. That number continuing to increase while our distance from the Moon continues to decrease, scheduling with our lunar flyby scheduled for tomorrow. With Orbit 1 handover here in Mission Control, being handed over to the Orbit 2 team, that'll also do it for us, or for me, here in Mission Control Houston. I will be handing over the Public Affairs console to my friend and colleague Anna Schneider. We will continue our 24/7 coverage on NASA's YouTube all the way until the crew is splashed down and safely recovered. So don't go anywhere. Anna will be joining you shortly.
Houston Integrity on 1 for lunar viewing.
Go ahead, Reed, for lunar view. And for your info, you came down on 2.
All right, Jenny. The moon is decidedly large out the window today. We can see all of Apollo, all of Oriental, annular ring. We can see, I'm 99% sure, Ohm, see Pirazo very easily, and just getting over. Can't quite pick up Varthalu yet, but that far side that is right on the limb is extremely mountainous. Try to get some pictures, but it's a high grazing angle. But it's pretty awesome to just look out and see all of these sites, and it's bright, but very visible with the naked eye. Still primarily seeing whites, grays. Maybe I can convince myself on the far side there's some just hues of brown, very light, very, very faint. But it's a great view. It's beautiful. And on the near side, Aristarchus is by far the most prominent feature. It is really just glowing bright right now.
That's beautiful, Reed. Thanks for bringing us all up there with you.
And for the science team, Pirazo and Aristarchus have the same albedo level right now. They're the same level of brightness. And then looking down, Copernicus is just a little bit dimmer, but it's close.
Science is loving it, as expected. Thanks, Reed. While I'm talking to you guys, I have a topic on burn monitor for Jeremy.
He'll call you back in about 5 minutes.
Sounds good, no rush.
Houston Integrity, just one other observation. Looking at the Terminator, it's almost a full moon from this perspective, but we got the Terminator on the western edge of the moon, about 1 Oriental diameter from Oriental, and just with our plain eyes, you can really start to see topography. There is elevation on the moon, not just variation in color, and that already makes the moon look wildly different.
You have a lot of people looking forward to tomorrow. Thank you so much.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. The Orbit 2 team of flight controllers has recently come on console, and they are being led by Flight Director Diane Daly. And they have handed over from the Orbit 1 team of flight controllers, and we just heard some communication down from the crew, specifically NASA astronaut Reed Wiseman and Victor Glover, as they were making some observations of the moon as they continued to close in on their distance between the Orion spacecraft and the moon. Currently, they are about 45,000 miles from the moon, again making some observations about the basins and craters that they are seeing as they continue to close that distance, with of course the lunar flyby and closest approach planned for flight day 6, which will be tomorrow, Monday, April 6th. Coming up here in about a
integrity for photo TV.
Go ahead.
Just an observation with the D5. Through the optical viewfinder at 400 mils, the moon is crisp, absolutely clear, even with a high grazing angle through the windows. But when we are taking pictures, what we then see in the viewfinder is a bit blurrier than what we can see through the viewfinder. I just find that odd. I would have thought the viewfinder and the sensor would pick up the same data, but you can pass that along to those folks.
All right, we got it. Thanks for the call down.
This is Artemis Mission Control. Coming up in just under an hour and 20 minutes from now, the outbound trajectory correction 3 burn will be executed. This burn is expected to be about 18 seconds, and it will use Orion's Orbital Maneuvering System engine, or OMS engine, to ensure the spacecraft stays on target for its journey around the moon. There were 2 previous outbound trajectory correction burns earlier during the mission that were canceled, as it was determined that those burns were not needed, but they will be executing this outbound trajectory 3 burn coming up here shortly.
Integrity, we're ready for those burn monitor words.
Hey, Jeremy. Good afternoon. The first thing is that step 10 is complete. The plus X flange heaters are on and prop avionics are configured. And then also, assuming that RHC is not currently deployed, that setup was back on step 7. If you want to refer to that, the bingo for that is TIG minus 45.
Okay, RHC is deployed, and we copy the prop step is complete. Appreciate it.
You are welcome. And just a couple of other general awareness things. We are working on updates for the day, and we will be getting that up to you shortly. We also have the lunar targeting package verification steps in message 3.05.05. That should take about 5 minutes to run on each of the PCDs, but we do need to wedge that in somewhere today so that if it doesn't work, we have a little bit of time to troubleshoot before tomorrow.
Okay, I can work on that actually. So I see it here. It's on this PCD 3.05.05.
Yeah, that's great, Jeremy. And we'd like to get confirmation that run through that procedure and get confirmation that all of the remaining working PCDs are functioning with this.
Okay, that would put us at ease as well. So we'll let you know on that shortly. For the burn pad, we noticed that that the delta V had changed quite a bit. So when did you want to get with us on the burn pad?
We're just planning to do that at the final burn conference, Jeremy.
Okay, that's fine. Just confirm the latest version that we're going to be referencing in that burn conference is UTC of ground generation 95/1400 hours.
Yes, Jeremy, that's correct. And just for context, the manual piloting is what changed that a little bit, the total delta V.
Well, we'll take that as a compliment.
I wouldn't have meant it any other way.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. You're currently seeing a live view inside Mission Control here. We were hearing some communication up to the crew, and the individual responsible for communicating directly with the crew is the Capcom or capsule communicator, who is on the left-hand side of your screen.
We're setting up some charging for tomorrow. The alternate PCD charging cable, do you guys have the bandwidth to look that location up for us?
We do. Stand by. Looking for it now.
The Capcom currently on console as part of the Orbit 2 team is Mark Reagan, and you can see him there in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen, and he is sitting next to the Orbit 2 flight director, who is in the upper right-hand corner of your screen. The flight director on console is Diane Daly. The crew has been discussing a few different activities that they're working through. One of those is verifying that they have the final lunar targeting package available on their PCDs, or portable computing devices, which are basically tablets, that they're able to reference the various procedures and timelines that they're following throughout their mission. They were also discussing an upcoming burn conference, so they will have a conference directly with the flight director and the flight control team here in Mission Control Houston ahead of that outbound trajectory correction burn. That final burn conference is scheduled to take place in about 20 minutes from now.
Integrity Houston for the alt PCD power cable.
Go ahead, Mark.
Yeah, Jeremy, you can find that in E-Locker, bag number 10 with a brown label, and the Ziploc bag is called 15-volt PCD power cable.
Okay, copy that. Thank you, Mark.
Yep, you bet.
Houston, integrity for timeline.
Go ahead.
Hey, Mark. Question about an activity, depress acoustic monitoring on my timeline at 02 today. I believe since we had aborted the acoustic monitoring the 24-hour yesterday, I didn't see an activity to start this acoustic monitoring.
Hey, Christina. That's going to be a no perform today. And I am on the verge of giving you some other timeline deltas here.
Copy both. Thank you.
Integrity Houston with some timeline deltas.
Okay, go ahead, your timeline deltas, Mark.
Okay, well, first of all, this just in, the SM prop helium ISO valves are configured, which is in step 12. And then for the timeline deltas, the things that we must perform today are that LTP verification we just talked about a few minutes ago, OTC3 burn ops, the toilet maintenance, the post-OXUT DFTO cabin inspect, AGA readings, and the PMC. How copy on that?
Okay, we copy all that. A couple notes from us. 2 out of 3 of the PCDs for LTP are complete and they're correct. I'll work on the third one next. We talked as a crew and we would like to defer today's PMC. We just don't need it.
Okay, copy that. All right, then a list of suggestions that can be deferred if you would like to.
Sorry, say again, Mark.
Yeah, let me say it more eloquently than I was about to. Everything else can be deferred as you guys desire.
Okay, appreciate it. That's great.
And Jeremy, sorry, one late add to the must be performed. We also need to repower that docking cam today. And then as bandwidth permits, we would love...
Understood. That makes sense.
All right, cool. As bandwidth permits, we would also like to understand your cabin config too, but as bandwidth permits.
Yeah, we can set up a little tour for you. I think you're going to be really impressed. I mean, we've done a great job here. Looks good up here. It is better than before.
Awesome.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. Again, we were hearing some communication between the crew on board the Orion spacecraft, which is named Integrity, and the team here at Mission Control. They were discussing some of the upcoming activities on the timeline for the remainder of the crew's day. Earlier today, following crew wake up, the crew jumped into a AUX suit, Developmental Flight Test Objective. AUX is the Orion Crew Survival System suit, that orange suit you see them wear for dynamic activities, including launch. They donned their suits or put them on and performed several different activities wearing those suits, but they were running behind on the timeline a little bit, so they are working to free up some of the remaining activities and defer activities that aren't critical to take place today. So that is what a majority of that conversation was about. So following the outbound trajectory correction burn, which is scheduled to take place in about 51 minutes from now. Again, it's a very small correction to fine-tune the trajectory of the Orion spacecraft as it makes its final approach and goes around the moon and returns back to Earth. Again, that lunar flyby planned for flight day 6 on Monday, April 6th, and that splashdown will be on Friday, April 10th. Following that burn, they will just have a few remaining activities to be completed for the day, including some standard anomaly gas or AGA readings that they take to measure the gases such as carbon dioxide in the crew cabin. They also have some toilet maintenance activities that they complete every day, and then they will have a post-AUX suit developmental flight test objective cabin inspection that they will complete before they head into their pre-sleep period to wrap up flight day 5.
Integrity Houston, we're about 3 minutes away from the starfield maneuvers.
Okay, we copy that, Mark, and I've got something for you on lunar targeting package when you're ready.
We're ready.
So PCDs 1 and 2, everything worked perfectly. PCD 3, the lunar targeting package, when I double click on it, it tries to open, goes to the web page, and then the little in process circle just keeps going and going. I waited quite a while and it never opened. So then I started the troubleshooting where I created the shortcut and renamed it on the desktop, but I get the same signature when I try to open it, and it's just chewing away with the little satellite going around the moon.
Okay, Jeremy, copy. We're chewing on that. We'll get back to you with more words.
Okay, thanks.
This is Artemis Mission Control. We just heard some communication there between CSA or Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen, currently on board the Orion spacecraft as it makes its way towards the moon. He is working to verify that the final lunar targeting package, which they are referring to as the LTP, is available and uploaded to each of the crew's PCDs or portable computing devices, basically a tablet that the crew is able to use and reference various procedures during their mission. That lunar targeting package will be the primary tool guiding crew observations during the lunar flyby on Flight Day 6, which will take place tomorrow on Monday, April 6th. It consists of two key components, the Lunar Geography Review and the Lunar Targeting Plan. The Lunar Geography Review helps astronauts study major lunar features in advance of the flyby and learn how to orient themselves during the flyby, while the Lunar Targeting Plan provides a detailed timeline of observation targets, background science context, and specific instructions for imaging and making verbal descriptions.
Integrity Houston, you ready for the burn conference, Jeremy?
One minute, please.
Raj.
Houston, Integrity is ready for the burn conference.
All right. As we discussed earlier, the UTC of ground generation was 95-14 even. And the first delta is delta V total.
Check.
Which is 10.4. TGO is 19 seconds. Attitude should be yaw pitch roll 312, 315, 75. And delta V XYZ should be 4.7 minus 5.3, 7.6. How copy so far?
We copy all.
Okay. No deltas in the burn execution steps. And then finally, in the burn notes, one delta, which is that we have already manually pressurized the fuel tank to 290 psia, and pressurization will still be active during the burn config segment. The burn will be performed in blowdown.
Copy.
Any questions for us?
Mark, to be sure we understand your last, we understand you said it is pressurized now and that we will be in blowdown. Is that a good read?
Yes, that's a good read back.
Hey, Mark, in your first statement, we thought we heard you say it would be pressurized during the burn, which doesn't match our understanding of blowdown, but maybe we either misheard or you said like it would be pressurized now but not during the burn.
We did pressurize it a couple of hours before TIG, and it will still be active.
Mark, we're scratching our heads a little bit on what you mean about it will still be active and marrying that up with being in blowdown. Our understanding of blowdown is that we would not have active pressurization, but we would use the existing pressurization.
Okay, sorry, yeah, I've made it more confusing than it had to be. That's a good understanding. The pressurization will still be active during burn config segment, and the burn will be performed in blowdown. Does that make more sense?
Thanks, Mark. That makes a lot more sense. So at some point during burn config segment through the start of the burn, the active pressurization will be turned off.
Yes, that'll happen when we transition at TIG minus 5 minutes.
Perfect. All understood on board. Thanks for going through that with us.
Of course. I also have some troubleshooting steps on that LTP that wasn't working properly on PCD3 when it's a good time for somebody.
Yeah, you can go ahead and send that now, Mark.
Okay. You can pull up procedure 36.1.3, which is Lunar Targeting Package User Guide. And you can execute step 6.1.2, which clears the cache, and then go back and try that message 3.05.05 again.
Okay, just give me the procedure. I got it was step 6.1.2, but say again the procedure number.
It's 36.1.3, Lunar Targeting Package User Guide.
Okay, I'll put that in work.
All right, thank you. Integrity Houston, confirm TLT and orb guide converged. We're assessing the onboard solution.
They did converge, and we are assessing versus the burn pad now. So far, so good.
Copy.
Houston Integrity confirming your go, no-go for this burn.
We are about to put that in work. Stand by. Integrity Houston, MCC has pulled go for the burn.
Integrity copies.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. We just heard confirmation there that the team here in Mission Control has pulled go for the upcoming outbound trajectory correction burn 3. This burn expected to take place in about 26 minutes from now, and it will be an approximately 19-second burn using the auxiliary engines on the Orion spacecraft. There were previously 2 other outbound trajectory correction burns on flight days 3 and 4 that ended up being canceled as it was determined they were no longer needed due to the accuracy of the translunar injection burn on flight day 2. However, the team decided to go ahead and execute this outbound trajectory correction burn 3 today on flight day 5 to ensure an accurate trajectory as the spacecraft begins to make its way around the moon and back to Earth to minimize further larger trajectory corrections that may be needed on the return journey.
Houston integrity for the LTP.
Go ahead, Jeremy.
Okay, I cleared the cache as per the procedure. Then I tried to open the original LTP link, and I got the same signature as before. So I cleared the cache again, and then I opened the new LTP link that I created myself, and I get the same signature.
Okay, back to head scratching here. Integrity Houston, tank pressures are good for the burn.
Integrity.
Integrity Houston, our email sync is complete. All inboxes are unlocked. Integrity Houston, solar arrays are in position for the burn.
Integrity.
This is Artemis Mission Control. We've heard a couple of call-ups from the ground here in Mission Control ahead of the upcoming outbound trajectory correction 3 burn, which is planned for about 16 minutes from now. One of the first call-outs was in regards to the propellant tank pressurization, confirming that service module tank pressure is in the proper condition for the upcoming burn, and then also confirming that the solar array wings on the Orion spacecraft are in the correct orientation to support the upcoming burn. Again, this burn is expected to last about 19 seconds using the auxiliary pulse-X engines on the Orion spacecraft service module. The flight control position here in Mission Control Houston, responsible for the solar array wing specifically, and that most recent call out is MPO, which is the mechanical power officer. They are responsible for the electrical power generation, the solar arrays, the array rotation mechanisms, and power distribution systems on board the Orion spacecraft.
Integrity Houston, maneuver to burn attitude starting in about 3 minutes.
Integrity.
Integrity Houston, we're in burn attitude.
We see the same.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. We just heard that confirmation called up to the crew on board the Orion spacecraft that the spacecraft has maneuvered to the correct burn attitude in preparation for the upcoming outbound trajectory correction 3 burn scheduled to take place in about 5 minutes from now. This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. You're now seeing a live view of the Orion spacecraft, the exterior of the spacecraft, as we are about 2 minutes out from the upcoming outbound trajectory correction 3 burn. That burn is expected to last about 19 seconds, taking place around 10:03 p.m. Central, 11:03 p.m. Eastern Time. This burn will fine-tune the trajectory of the Orion spacecraft to ensure it stays on target for its journey around the moon and back. This is Artemis Mission Control. We are about 30 seconds away from the time of ignition for the outbound trajectory correction burn. That is when the auxiliary thrusters on the Orion spacecraft service module will begin firing to complete the outbound trajectory correction burn and fine-tune its trajectory. And we have confirmation that that outbound trajectory correction burn is now underway. And we now have confirmation that that burn has completed. Again, that was an approximately 19-second burn using the auxiliary thrusters on the Orion spacecraft service module. That burn completed at 10:03 p.m. Central Time, 11:03 p.m. Eastern Time to further fine-tune the Orion spacecraft's trajectory as it continues to make its way around the moon, and it was a good burn.
Integrity Houston, good burn. We are assessing the details.
Good news, and we see the same. Thanks, Mark. Houston Integrity, pending your analysis, we would like to ask you to take over on step 23. We'll handle the RHC and get on with some other activities in our timeline.
All right, you got it.
Thank you. Great to finally do a burn.
I know. It's a nice, beautiful little burn, too. Be advised we are maneuvering for opportunistic science, and you would need to configure your D5 and Z9 cameras for that, like yesterday.
We are tracking and looking forward to it very much. We had a gorgeous view of a very big moon right out of window 2 during that burn. Well, right before the burn, before we maneuvered. It was awesome.
And looks like we'll be back at window 2 for this as well. And also I have another little troubleshooting step for that.
Thanks for that heads up.
Yeah, you're welcome. Another troubleshooting step for that lunar targeting package when someone has a chance to copy.
Okay, send me the troubleshooting steps there, Mark.
Okay, Jeremy. Back to that same step, 6.1.2. Do you still have that procedure that was in?
I do. It's just clearing the cache, and I understand it now.
Yeah. This time we're going to, on media 14, which is the one at the bottom of that step, we are going to change that time range for all time. And then in addition to the cached images and files that you see already checked in that procedure, we're going to check cookies and other data, and then clear it, and then back to message 30505 and try again.
Copy that. Just so you know, I did all time previously, but I didn't do the cookies and other data, so that's new. So I'll try that. Well, I just did it, and I'll see what happens. And then which LTP do you want me to try to open first? The one that was already there originally, or do you want the one that I created the new shortcut for on the desktop?
Checking. Jeremy, try the original shortcut first.
Didn't work. Hooray! That fixed it.
All right.
Okay, Mark, and I did the other two steps too, checking the two OneNote actions, and they're both good on this PCD now, so we're all set.
That is awesome. Thanks, Jeremy.
This is Artemis Mission Control. About 7 minutes ago, the Orion spacecraft executed the outbound trajectory correction 3 burn to fine-tune the trajectory of the Orion spacecraft as it continues to make its way around the moon, with that lunar flyby planned for tomorrow on flight day 6. Now that that outbound trajectory correction burn is complete, teams will be maneuvering the Orion spacecraft into an attitude to be able to capture some opportunistic imaging of the moon.
Houston integrity for enabled flush caution.
Yeah, go ahead.
We just got an enabled caution dump required.
All right, we see that as well, and we are about to put a wastewater dump in place and get that going shortly.
Okay, sounds good. And do you have the bandwidth for an HHP quick cabin view of the Eclipse wall for the post DFTO cleanup?
We are checking, and just to make sure we're on the same page, so after this use, stand down from toilet ops until we get that dump done and let you know.
Understood.
Yes, we can take the HHP cam.
And hey, Mark, just to be 100% certain, secondary dumps are still okay, correct?
Yes, secondary dumps are still okay. Integrity Houston for toilet maintenance.
Go ahead.
Yeah, some good news. Since we've had pretty low usage on the toilet, the oxone change-out is not required, so those steps can be skipped in that today.
Mark, we appreciate it, but that is already done.
Okay, copy. We'll schedule accordingly.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. We are currently 4 days, 4 hours, and 53 minutes into the Artemis II mission, following a liftoff from NASA's Kennedy Space Center in Florida on April 1st at 5:35 p.m. Central, 6:35 p.m. Eastern Time. On your screen, on the left-hand side, you can see a view of the Artemis Real-Time Orbit website, which provides real-time data and telemetry updates from the Orion spacecraft, especially when we don't have live views coming from the cameras on the spacecraft itself. And in the bottom right-hand corner, you can see a view of
Integrity Houston, we show ourselves an attitude for the opportunistic science, and we'll be there for about the next 15 minutes.
This is Artemis Mission Control. A few moments ago, you heard a call up to the crew, noting that the Orion spacecraft is in attitude.
Confirm you got a good HHP stream.
We are working it now. So not yet.
Spacecraft is in attitude for the crew to be able to capture some opportunistic science imagery of the moon, looking out of some of the cabin windows of the Orion spacecraft. They were referring to an HHP camera, that's a human health and performance camera inside the Orion spacecraft camera or cabin that they are working to turn on, and we should be getting those views here shortly of the crew inside the Orion spacecraft.
Okay, Reed, finally that cleared up, and now we have a good image inside the cabin.
Okay, we have too many views out the windows right now. We got the moon out 1 through 4, and then Jeremy just spotted Earth out the side hatch window, so we're going to work on all that. But I just wanted to give you a quick once-over. Nobody ever sees the cabin from this side except for us. So I got the camera over on the side hatch side. You can see the Equus wall there.
This is Artemis Mission Control.
Yeah, that's good, Reed. We're seeing that real well.
You're now seeing a live look inside the Orion spacecraft as the crew completes some opportunistic imaging of the moon. It's a bit dark inside the spacecraft because they've turned off the interior lights to provide a better environment to capture some of those images.
Mark, if there's anything of interest you guys are looking for, I'll highlight it. Right now, I'm highlighting a part of Jeremy that probably doesn't need to be highlighted.
Roger that. Could we ask for a slow pan of the port wall, the lap and the food warmer area? Haven't really seen much of that yet. And this is just for curiosity. We're not concerned about anything.
Christina did take some cabin config photos. There's the PWD area.
We're not.
There's the food warmer galley area. Maybe you can see the bungee jail there. I don't know if it's too dark or not.
Yeah, that's a good view. We see those IT cables just wishing they could grow like they did on Space Station.
I just spent about 45 minutes tucking all that stuff down and running power cables for the lunar flyby tomorrow, so it looks a lot better than it did 2 hours ago.
Oh, that's awesome.
All right, Mark, with that, I'm going to stop the feed, and I'm going to go look at the moon for a minute.
All right, copy that. Thank you. We appreciate that extra time. and integrity prop post-burn reconfig is complete.
Integrity copies.
This is Artemis Mission Control. The crew is currently completing some opportunistic lunar science imagery where the Orion spacecraft was maneuvered into an attitude in order to be able to complete that imagery. And there on your screen, you are seeing a live look outside of the Orion spacecraft. This is coming to you from one of the solar array wing cameras. And in the bottom portion of that view, below one of those solar array wings, you can actually see the moon there. Later today, the Orion spacecraft and its crew will reach another important milestone when it enters the lunar sphere of influence, which is when the gravitational forces of the moon will be stronger than that of Earth.
Houston, integrity for the opportunistic science. The images are complete. The view that we have now, the most striking things are the size of the moon and the detail that we can see with the naked eye. It is almost a full moon, maybe about 10% on the western limb is in the terminator, and you can really see variations in terrain. There's clearly some large elevation changes on the western edge that's at the terminator area. The view that we have now at the center is Grimaldi. It's almost dead center, it's just slightly south of center. And Oriental is not quite an orthogonal view, but we're able to really see into it, and you're starting to be able to differentiate the colors that are not the differences in the gray that are down in there. Like there's a dark gray V on the bottom, and then a light gray V on the top in the center of Oriental. And the lighter gray actually matches the rings that are out to the northeast, and the dark gray V in the bottom matches the part of the ring that's very easily visible in the southwest. Also, Grimaldi is the darkest that I can see so far, and then there's one spot that's just to the northwest of Grimaldi that is also very dark, but it really makes Procellarum and Oceanus look lighter. The grays there almost look like looking down on a forest where you can kind of see variations, splotches between light and dark gray. It doesn't look as consistently dark as it does from so far away. And the variation and all that mare. There's a lot of detail in the variation in the dark grays in that mare, and it really stands out now because Aristarchus is so bright in the center of all of that. But again, the biggest things that stand out to me are the size of the moon out the window to the naked eye and the terrain that I can see on the western limb due to the Terminator. I love the Terminator.
That's awesome, Victor. Really good description. It's easy to imagine what you're looking at. Thank you for that. Integrity Houston, heads up, 2-minute warning till we maneuver back.
This is Artemis Mission Control. We just heard some communication there between NASA astronaut Victor Glover, who is the pilot on board the Orion spacecraft, as the crew is completing some opportunistic science imagery of the moon, and they were providing some of that science description down to the team here in Mission Control Houston. The crew has about a 15-minute block to be able to complete this opportunistic imaging, so they're towards the tail end of that block, and then the Orion spacecraft, which you can see a live view of it on your screen, will maneuver back into a biased tail-to-sun attitude. This attitude allows the spacecraft to manage thermal constraints and power generation, and it's the primary passive or passive safe flight orientation during transit. And there you can see that attitude maneuver now taking place to move back into that biased tail-to-sun attitude with the moon in the lower corner of the screen.
I'm not asking you to break any analysis, but if you could give us 3 more minutes in this attitude, we would take it. We're just trying to wrap up some images, but we understand if you can't. And disregard, we see we're in the maneuver, never mind.
Yeah, sorry about that. Could Could we make it up to you by getting you a little closer for tomorrow? Hey, while I have you, the darkness report of Grimaldi was unexpected and was something that has got the scientists excited to hear, so thank you for that one, especially.
You are welcome.
And this is Artemis Mission Control with that opportunistic science imaging block now complete. The Orion spacecraft, which you can see a live view on the left-hand side of your screen, is now maneuvering back to its tail descent attitude, or the passive safe attitude, which it typically maintains on its transit to manage thermal and power generation constraints. And then on the right-hand side of your screen, you see a view of the Artemis Real-Time Orbit website, or ARO, which provides a visualization with live data and telemetry coming from the spacecraft. And so we are currently about 231,000 miles from the Earth, and the crew has about 41,000 miles separating them and the spacecraft from the Moon. The crew on board the Orion spacecraft is expected to make their lunar close approach and their lunar flyby observation period tomorrow during flight day 6.
Mark, I think one of the most interesting things right now is the four of us have looked at this moon our entire lives, and the way we are responding to what we are seeing out the window is, it's just like we're a bunch of little kids up here. Just, we cannot get enough of this. It's amazing. Thank you for the privilege.
Thank you for sharing that special perspective you have with all of us back here.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. You're currently seeing a live view of the exterior of the Orion spacecraft. These views coming to you from the solar array wing cameras. The Orion spacecraft has 4 solar array wings, sometimes referred to as saws, and each of those solar arrays has its own camera. And this view you're seeing here provides a good look of the engines and thrusters that are on the service module of the Orion spacecraft. The crew is currently wrapping up their day. This is the 5th flight day of the Artemis II mission. They will be moving into a private crew conference with the flight director here in Mission Control Houston in about 5 minutes. Following that private conference, they will enter their pre-sleep period, and during this time, they will perform any hygiene activities that they need to before going to bed, and they will also eat their dinner for the day. Some of the items on the cruise menu for dinner this evening include cashew chicken curry, pickled beets, vegetable casserole, beef fajita strips, and fish with mango salsa. Ahead of any mission, the assigned crews typically work with the Space Food Systems Laboratory here in Houston, Texas, to taste the variety of space food options available and pick some of the items that they would like to eat during their mission. The crew often is able to pick some crew preference items. So, for example, CSA astronaut Jeremy Hansen has also brought some Canadian-specific items on board, including some maple syrup and maple cream cookies.
Integrity Houston, be advised that we're getting a little bit of Radicom. We've got structure in the way, and it's dropped out a couple of times momentarily or briefly. So if you don't get us at once, try again.
Copy that, Houston.
And this is Artemis Mission Control. You just heard some communication between the CAPCOM, or Capsule Communicator, here in Mission Control, which for the Orbit 2 ship currently on console is Mark Reagan, and the crew on board the Orion spacecraft discussing the current communication status between the ground and the spacecraft. The crew is about to enter into a private conference between them and the flight director to round out Flight Day 5. The crew typically has a private flight director conference at the end of each day, and the flight director currently on console for Orbit 2 is Diane Daly.
Integrity Houston for read.
Go ahead, Mark.
Yeah, I understand you temp stowed that snack bag that you prepared earlier today. You are go to double bag that and stow that with the rest of the snack stuff in A1. We're not going to use that, but we want it there because we're going to analyze all of that after you get back.
Maybe knowing that a few hours ago would help me not finish drinking that snack.
Or that. You could do it that way. Okay, and also...
if the team wants, I did get out 2 snacks earlier, and one of them I did not put any water in, and I re-stowed it. I can pull that one out and fill it, and then re-stow it just for analysis.
Not required. It's good in the config it is. And then also we have OE2 privatized for your conference, and you guys are welcome to meet Resolute Flight over there when you're ready.
heading over there now.
Houston integrity for wrap-up items.
Go ahead, Christina.
Hey, Mark, I have AGA readings when you're ready. Okay, when we turned on the AGA this time, we did have two alarms. One said for HCN, it was like a read error. I don't remember the exact verbiage. That was transient. It went away after just a couple seconds and then read off-scale low. Then we had the expected high oxygen alarm. Other values, CO2, 3.1, oxygen, 26.6, temperature, 75, pressure, 10.45.
Okay, we copied those. Do you have more stuff for us?
And for the docking camera, we will be completing that activity shortly.
Okay, awesome. Is that it from you?
And Mark, we were just chatting that we probably owe you a report on Nat Geo shot list. And we have been referring to the shot list, and basically we really just have the cameras out almost at all times. We got the bird today, we got all the suit DFTO, and pretty much every day we've been catching day in the life items, whether that's mealtime or time at the windows observing, and any dynamic operations, and basically kind of the big moments of the day. So we do think we're capturing all those. Let us know if you need more granularity on that, but we are checking the list. We're making sure we get what they'd like and more.
Fantastic. Thank you.
That's all we had. Anything from y'all?
Yeah, just the one thing. We are about to start that wastewater dump momentarily, and I know it's pre-sleep time, but it will take any observations if you have them.
We're watching right now, and it's a light blizzard with kind of familiar larger particles and kind of pulsing, chugging. Not a ton of flow right now compared to maybe the higher flow primary dumps or the secondary dumps. But yeah, we're seeing something out there. We're seeing some kind of snowstorm.
Okay, copy. Thank you for the observation.
And Mark, it pretty much came to a complete stop there, and then there's been a couple little spurts, almost a complete stop right now while I'm talking to you.
Copy, Jeremy.